I'm already streaming? Okay, I just put it together. Okay. 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 Yesterday I couldn't get a weapon out of the dungeons I was running. But I did get some other gear, like some wrists and stuff. I just went and bought an axe from the auction house. It's pretty good. I literally ran all the way to Scarlet Monastery. But like there is a flight path in South Shore, so it's not that far. That's really not a big deal. But like I don't really plan on running that again. At least not the graveyard. So I also got some health potions for my warlock. Some good ones, some 280, 360. I mean, better than the ones I had. Just a little boost, keep me alive. And got my skinning up, my mining. I need to get my mining up. So I'm just gonna run quests in Stranglethorn, and that's probably it. It's pretty hard to get there at the part, you know, getting through it like from the entrance all the way to Booty Base, so like it's not likely I'll be running back and forth to like repair stuff or sell stuff. You have to be like someone in between. To get my axe skill leveled up. At this point, I can basically say that the warrior might not have any like utility like healing or anything, but he has tons of damage mitigation. And he hits hard. We were on the hunt for money. Even though we just spent money on this axe, it was a necessary purchase to get stronger. We are on the money hunt. I'm pretty sure I could probably make like 20 gold a day if I really tried. Like if I ran dungeons, sold stuff, went and did skinning and all that, I could probably make 20 gold a day. Even though that sounds preposterous, but really I'd probably spend at least like 4 hours or 5 hours. Like it wouldn't be that big of a deal. There would be other purchases, of course, but oh my god, I have to repair my axe. Should I go back now and repair it? All my stuff needs to be repaired. I don't know if there's going to be like a repair place. I'll just run back and repair. Tanking's not that hard, but I've seen some people do some crazy things with the Paladin. I don't know why Paladin is ranked so low. Maybe just because of retribution abilities. You're basically building like a holy ret Paladin where like you're really relying on gear and all that. I get it. But I've seen people who actually wanted to play them and got high up in the levels do some crazy things that like I basically could never accomplish. At this level, like, there's no way.
What are you looking for?
So I think people have fed too deep into the meta, not understanding what makes things meta normally, like not really understanding what normally happens. Like, I think utility is such a big point to where it becomes such routine to use utility that they don't want that to be meta. Like, a warrior doesn't really have any utility, it's not meta. I mean, it is meta. You know, like, they're just looking at damage numbers. In reality, like, the warrior has no utility, so, like, I can understand if you're saying Fury Warriors meta, like, there's certain things that make sense, but I think that whole idea is kind of... It kind of serves some things in a good way, but other things in a bad way, to where if you have, like, a meta in, like, Smite, like a MOBA, it's usually, like, some overpowered god like Kraken just using, like, his, like, shield slams, or, like, Medusa or something, but, like, it really has no synergies. Like, you're literally relying on to do damage. A game like this, where, like, the warriors and the mages are already kind of running around doing crazy stuff, and in meta, it's like, it doesn't help the game. The game where metas help usually are the games that you'll never stick around long enough to see that the meta kind of ruined the game. Like, back in the day in Smite 1, you had crit builds, and, like, that was really powerful. Then you started to get, like weird builds, like DPS mages, and there is no more crit builds in Smite 2. Like, that's not possible because they nerfed it, and it's better because it's such a BS in a way, because a crit's supposed to be like a special, like, there's a chance you get a crit. If you can have, like, a 50% crit chance or a 70% crit chance, like, that's completely ridiculous. So now the crits are ramped way down, and it's like they're more balanced, you know. The meta takes balance and disregards it because it does so much damage. Like, if there's a boss that's too tanky and no one else really can do it, but someone who's, like, building a meta build can do it, it kind of doesn't acknowledge balance at all, I'm saying. And the fact most people don't actually have the ability to find a meta build outside of looking it up means that it isn't necessarily it's not a good practice. Like, guides and stuff are cool, but most people would just use a guide to beat a game 100% of the way, or I wouldn't say most people, I wouldn't say that, but I think the idea of a meta is kind of cheating, and it's not good for the game. Like, the game needs to, amongst itself, work those things out. If you always take the best players and they play the games, or the most exploitive players, and they always have, you know, the biggest posts on websites, whatever, or the biggest amount of views, it's not really good for the game. Like, someone who can beat the game in 5 seconds telling you how to do it, I mean, it kind of ruins the game, right? There's so many items in WoW Classic, so many, like, I guess, level brackets. Like, you'll be using a level 30, like, this requires 28, and then you'll be using something that requires, like, 40. There's so many brackets, there's so many classes, and then, you know, the expansions and all that. Where being Classic in 2 seconds would be dumb, because then you'd have the Burning Crusade, and then you could do it again, you know what I'm saying? Then you'd have the Wrath of Lich King, like, trivializing a game that could actually be enjoyable, and grinding for items and learning things yourself could be fun and enjoyable. Like, if you cut that out, it's like there's really no point in playing with people who create metas or who follow them super heavy. It's basically like someone is powerful enough to not really listen to reason, or a reason why they should not be doing this, like a single reason. This guy's level 43, he's got himself a mount. Yeah, we're just gonna be doing quests. You have to kill, like, 30 animals. guessing everything I'm supposed to fight is young and it's right around this area.
I need to get closer.
So I need to upgrade my weapons. I forgot about that. So I have like another like 40 levels to go. 50 or something. 40.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Straight up. You know, you can see with the sequel like Smite, or even like leaving Classic and getting away from that crowd. And people's hunger for the meta leaves no actual like community growth. Like Smite 2 literally has zero actual organic growth. Like it has no actual existence because everyone wanted it to be like everybody else. And in Smite 1, it really wasn't a thing. Right? It might as well be like an invisible wall that only someone who wants to be on the in crowd that doesn't exist in Smite 2. Another invisible thing. You know, might as well be someone like bumping it into like invisible stuff just for them to eventually snap because
I don't have a target.
they're the only people left to be that like that, and they're probably cheeks. It's kind of like a bunch of goons. Someone who weren't learned from like the Joker, like they really are kind of cheeks. Like I think the idea of meta and like the in crowd, I think that ruined Smite 2. Like it didn't become what it was naturally going to become, which was probably something good. I would say it's more like a Fantastic Four paradigm where like you're not the Fantastic Four, you're like a bonehead. I'm saying. Those guys getting no okay. Now with this new weapon, I definitely want to run a dungeon that I like, the gnome dungeon, where I was like kind of lacking in damage, and see how I do. Skinning. Built up a lot of rage though, hitting so hard. It's kind of impressive. Actually, like a benefit to using two-handed weapon. I thought, you know, the paladin had the way to increase his attack speed, the way to increase his attack speed, so two-handed weapons were hitting quick. But I was like, how does the warrior really benefit from doing that? He hits hard and he gets tons of rage, and he hits even harder. I'm just kind of chilling today. I'm just I have a lot on my mind as far as logistics or like what's manageable. Like trying to manage something that is going to blow up in your face. Will still be manageable, but pretty much a bigger deal. Fight. Possibly. I think we're getting somewhere though with Warrior. I kind of see the light at this point. I'd probably say wait till level 30 to see if you really, like that's when you really be able to see if you want to play fast to like 60 and maybe like 70 in the expansion. I think what'll happen is if they when they release the Burning Crusade, and we'll see if they're gonna release the Wrath of the Lich King as well for the anniversary server of the Realms. If they don't release Wrath of the Lich King, once I play for the Burning Crusade, I'll probably start playing Season of Discovery or something because I really don't want to play just Classic. I want it to go at least into the Wrath of the Lich King to get the full World of Warcraft experience from the start. I feel like, well, not the actual vanilla, but Classic is, to me, is still Classic. So.
I'm out of range. I can't.
An iron deposit. I don't think I can mine iron yet. I wasn't really focusing on mining when I should have been. Yeah, 125. Nice. So, I think for the most part, people would click up from the jump. Like, you would really know their potential based on how long it took them to click up. You know, they'd be more of like a middleman squad anyway, a mediator squad. And I think just from that, you get to the point where you're really rolling, and like you're literally like switching channels. Like, okay, like today we're gonna think about it. Today we're gonna do it. The next day we're gonna take a break. Having joined this middleman mediator squad probably would have been a good idea, because
It's
most
too
people
far
would
away.
be in there anyway. When I say most people, I don't really mean every single person on the planet. I mean most people in this group. Like most people that would start like streaming, being part of some group in some way, or be behind some type of curtain. Like, I don't mean everyone on the planet is a manager at Walmart or something. So, I think just using that idea, of course, you're going to open the door to most people that would be in that group that aren't doing what you're doing anyway, but you don't have to really worry about not being able to manage things like that. I basically were like the inspiration for like how to manage something, because they manage things so often, and as if it's like the only thing to do.
Not enough rage. Need more
Isn't
rage.
good. I'm gonna run. So I would say, let's just imagine I started streaming today, and it's like I'm just a part of a group that is in the back office, politicking, you know, grouping up. I forgot that I can't actually do that. Yep. So like today's the first day I'm streaming, and in reality, if you are going to be like that, you might as well treat it like the first day every day. So I think the best part about this is I'm only doing this because I saw people who are kind of more toxic and cliquey do it.
I'm out of range.
So like, I think the best thing you can do with that is say, look, when you do get to the point where you're rolling, that's when you need it. But like, if you're going to your kid's baseball game, you don't need to be like some jerk who thinks he's gonna manage somebody. Because no one really came prepared for something crazy like that to happen, so... You know, for me it's like, are these friendlies? No. For me it's like... At a higher level, it's okay for that to be a thing because, you know, you're trying to basically form something and have it be effective and make sense. But like, if I'm just trying to go to Walmart, I don't need no one being like random and managing people that have nothing really to do with working at Walmart or nothing to do with the back room. I think a lot of people would take it too literally and it'd be like their life. Someone like me who's trying to make something that doesn't exist already. There's nothing like this. Or taking the ideas of people, or you know, taking what people did and trying to do something similar. You know, it's okay, right? If you're like a multi-million-dollar musician, someone helping you make sense of a schedule or telling you have to be on time when there's not a lot at risk, but there's like a lot at stake, I guess you could say. Like, there's not like you're gonna get beat up if you don't do this, like you're not in jeopardy of getting beat up, but you know, if you stay on task and you hit your shows, eventually you'll be ready to do them, like you'll be in that direction. But if your manager's waking up at 6 a.m. so you can go take your dog out, it's like your life's basically cooked. So I think I think it'd be smart to have like a militaristic approach where it's lower level, like we're just regular people with some type of manager. But I think it really shines when you do need to deal with big things and like big potential. But in the military, it can be cooked like an egg. And as long as you don't like physically hurt them or try to choke them or anything, they'll be fine. Because it's all in context. It all has context, meaning it already exists, it already happens. If you're trying to make your stream successful, you're trying to manage all these big potentials, like you could do this, you could do that, and that would get you somewhere. Doing that is when you would do it. That's when you would do it. So most people wouldn't be as disciplined. They wouldn't be as like, they're not like a drill sergeant. They're not disciplined. They're not a soldier. They're not a general. They're just like a blob, a jellyfish. They're just doing it to be annoying for the most part. They're doing it because it fits. Like, this is when you would do it, right? Instead of being prepared for whatever happens, you do this, right? So I think eventually people would they just would give me the idea to do this, and I would probably throw them off of like the board or the squad because they're just doing it because that's what they would do, not because they're prepared, not because someone trained them to become this and then they're ready to do that. They're just doing it almost really to be annoying, I think. think because arms gives you crits and pale. That's like a 20% crit damage increase. I think grabbing cruelty, you know, even maybe grabbing unbridled wrath. But I think getting some points in cruelty would be perfectly fine. Because I can always, whenever I want to, jump into berserker stance. And like, I'd have a pretty high crit chance. Right now I'm kind of stuck. Like, of course I could throw points into, where is my, my overpower? I never went to buy my abilities.
It's too far away.
So, I think if anything were to happen, you'd want a bunch of disciplined militaristic people to deal with it. Like you're doing a bunch of managery stuff. But I think that's really not something to focus on. Not something to become used to. Like at this point, I probably could tell you something better than anyone else who wants to be like this, because probably not even that useful to them. It also allows you to have a group that's way more likely to be like a business-minded group, because you just let them go. Like, it's not very likely there'd be a group like that. So, this idea of this manager thing, it'll really take all the heat and all of the potential catastrophe away. But you know, with one problem creates another. You create such an efficient machine that you don't really accept like failure or anything. Like people that are just in a clique, like they're not really listening to people critique them or saying whether it's good or not. So like they're just super efficient machine. And like it's very easy to deal with that. Just use your super efficient machine on like your stream or whatever. Alright. I think 10 requires 75 or 50.
It's too far away.
I should have already had mined enough copper to get up 65. Literally like right in between. This area is great for someone like me who skins and makes money out of skinning, makes money from skinning, because there's nothing but animals here, at least, you know, for the most part. I mean, I did see a base full of people, but mostly animals. Good level for me. But I think now having a manager position, like the manager squad, I think when I was just talking about the meta, it's perfect. Just give the manager squad the meta. They'll do some meta stuff and it'll be like 80 billion damage. And damage, like, the meta will carry them basically. Right. It's perfect.
I need to get closer.
That's enough for the Panthers, young Panthers.
I need a target.
So, I think giving the meta, basically giving them every opportunity, you know, even giving them some camaraderie, some brotherhood. Like, I think the manager thing will really act like a booster, like a rocket on the bottom of whatever you put it on. If it really, like, if you put a manager on the bottom of your life, and you're just trying to chill, you're literally gonna shoot yourself into the sun and be pretty upset. But like someone who's just dealing with something that doesn't exist, oh, geez, it's basically a guaranteed win in a lot of ways. Is there something about Sunra I don't know that it constantly launches fireballs? So like every time I use Thunder, I start launching fireballs. Range. Is that like an exploit? Is that a meta? So, I think you'd have that. Oh, it's a horde player. You'd have that ground level, where it would be very militaristic, and unless you're like symbiotic, like you know, be like they're in the trees, like they are the trees. And that might not really work out for people, but it is what it is. At lower levels, that you don't really need some manager pushing like your music career. It is kind of useless. I get how it could be useful. Where are the tigers?
I'm out of range.
So, I think in the downtime it'd be smart to practice a more disciplined militaristic deal because the managers are going to take us somewhere, at least emotionally or mentally. Like, we're definitely going to be clear of all the garbage. I did not mean to run on this elder strangle tiger. Just counterattack. See you later.
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
I think using this lifestyle of military to sustain and build your higher manager helpiness team. Using like your life as a military person to build a higher like platform for your manager and whatever you want to do with the manager. Like, it's very, very wise, very smart. Most people join these type of groups and become like a bozo or someone's buddy and don't really think about how easy it would be to do things. So staying disciplined and not just hanging out and drinking because now you're like more disciplined. You know, it's pretty good. Usually I think it's too hard to discipline people around you. Not that you should be disciplining them, but it's too hard to like to get discipline out of them. Or like it's just a hassle. I'm sure this guy's just gonna tell me to kill a higher level type of panther, so I'm gonna wait to turn that quest in. Where are the raptors? Where are the tigers at? So, I think it makes sense to build everything from that militaristic lifestyle because, I mean, it's from the bottom, you know what I'm saying? Most people be over your head partying and doing crazy Dr. Seuss things. So,
What can I do for you? Light bless you. Be careful.
yeah, I don't know where all the tigers are, so I'm probably just gonna look up their location. Apparently it's up here, but like it's concentrated up. Up around here, I guess. That's where the tigers would be, yeah. I still don't see a lot of them. I guess someone's just coming through and killing them instantly. Maybe this guy's about to kill this one. So building it from there, you divorce imaginary growth. You know, your managers deal with the emotional, like, explosions and all that. Not that they're dealing with your emotions, but the fact that they're making it to where you get places on time and, you know, you're not really worried about that stuff. You know, anything you build with the military person is probably actual growth, like actual progress.
It's too far away.
And let's go lower. So, I think a lot of people would just want to quit. They want to fail on purpose. They're not even to control their failure, just so they can get if they want. I guess I don't know. Yep, I can't really find many tigers. I mean, I see a few here and there, and then, of course, someone already has killed them or they're about to get them. This basically is the location for the tigers, I guess. It's gonna be tough finding enough tigers to even kill. But you know, like being here in this jungle, it's like all these sounds are kind of maddening in a way, but they're kind of manageable. Like, it's cool. You know, a lot of times that's what you can get. Like, you just hear straight madness, so you just slap that together. Like, look, this is the sounds of madness, and it's really not that bad. It's really not driving anyone crazy. It's just like really loud and very just consistent bird sounds and sometimes monkey sounds. So, like, you know, like, you can slap things together that you really couldn't even reach. You're just under too much pressure or something would explode. It's like if you're a scientist and you had to deal with all these dangerous chemicals, you don't have to worry about that. This guy just running away from the tiger. You just want to fight him? I'll take it. This isn't even a young tiger, so it doesn't really count for anything. So, I think building everything in that position is great, but most people really would just want to not get anywhere. Like, they just would want to be a loser or a failure, even if it isn't necessarily on their Christmas list, but it just makes sense that what they're doing is just making them lose and fail. Someone who, like, lives off of tragedy and spectacle, of course, wants to fail. Maybe doesn't even understand that.
I need to get closer.
And I think you just have to go down to that ground level and you have to do what you gotta do. As, you know, so you don't have to worry about that. Like, they're probably like... I don't know. Whatever you have to do it, you have to deal with it, so... It makes sense to use the manager position as some type of, like, field base, whatever. Like, lets you put everybody that you have nothing to do with. Like, you have nothing really for them to do. And you just deal with everything outside of that.
Need more rage.
So, I think emotionally, just whatever level people want to contest on, it really isn't viable. Like, it makes sense people wouldn't have anything to do with, like, doing movies or music. You just have, like, a breakdown. Nothing's viable.
It's too far away.
But like I said, working from this ground level militaristic lifestyle, like, they're really not gonna be able to stop you. It's really, when you're doing military stuff, nothing's viable. It's all too much of an extreme measure. Or, like, it's just not good enough. Like, you'd learn a lot about that, like, what's viable. Most people just pursue an existence, you know, almost an existential life, which is like, it's cool, bro, but like, keep that stuff to yourself, you know what I'm saying? I don't want any part of any existential stuff going on. Especially if it means that no one can do anything in life, and everyone that listens to you are only around you because they are not doing well. Like, I don't really want to hear it. See, I think that militaristic base, I think it'll be fine on its own. Like, I don't even have to run around and do front flips and stuff. You know, on top of that, I think you just would go big. You would just start building up. You start building your like, fortitude. And I think the biggest thing most people would want out of streaming, you know, knowing that most people are just going to try to be in a group. What is this? That's a druid? Is that how they look? This guy looks crazy. That's the coolest druid I've ever seen, bro. Is that like because it's a Tauren? you know, like, you're gonna have to get people like already kind of click up. Like, they just want what everyone else wants, as long as it's eventually what they want. Sounds like a cultist, right? Sounds like someone who's just like a brainwashed person. They'll follow you and do whatever you want to do and want what you want, as long as they eventually get what they want. They'll want what you want just so they can get it, what they want. Like, that's literally insane. So, I think even from like a military point, like that kind of makes sense, that you have to kind of involve yourself in situations enough. You know, like your order, you have to involve yourself enough when it comes to your orders, to where that would make kind of makes sense. I'm not saying it's the smartest thing ever, but like, people haven't developed ways to deal with things or to get involved. But yeah, me personally, it's like, I want to play Ninja Gaiden, because it is pretty hardcore and I enjoy it. But at the same time, I really don't feel like booting it up and playing it, even though like all of the reasons I don't want to play it are not really true. Right? It's like, I'm just not gonna play it. Right? I'll end up playing it eventually, but I'm just not gonna play it. And it gets to the point where you're playing, or I'm playing WoW because it's so easy to play. Like, it's fun to play. I want to play it. It's addicting. It's easy to boot up. It's easy to even stop playing it. It's easy to kind of think about. Alright, and it's like, that's what I'm gonna play, and I have to make that work for like a variety of reasons. It has to work as content, and it basically does. It has to work as like something that doesn't get old and burned out, or gives me like enough variety. In that regard, like, that way it doesn't really work. Like, I have to play Ninja Gaiden because it is a single player game, it's different. You're good, bro. So like, just put whatever tools you have to work, but it doesn't really mean that you can just be this unintelligent creature who doesn't understand how to solve problems without tools, how to apply tools. Like, if I can't find any games to play, even though normally outside of streaming I'd play them. Like, I actually played the Dynasty Warriors Origins beta, or demo, and I was like, wow, this is actually really good. Like, I don't see myself playing Dynasty Warriors. I used to play Dynasty Warriors a lot, but that's just me saying that's like, I know that if I play the demo, like, okay, I can see if I want to play it for content, but I can play most games outside of content and be fine playing it for like 1,000 hours, right? Like, it's not really even about the games being fun, because most games are fun. It's like a sustainable source of content, and me putting stuff into it or through it, and it not just being like a complete, like, wet blanket, horrible time. It's not that I'd be bored, it's I'd become boredom. Like, I'd be like a brick of boredom. But you'd having fun, I'm saying. It's really a dice roll. Like, there are some chances, like 1/3 of games I really wouldn't want to play, or even really acknowledge. Like, another third, other ones like I would pay attention to, like, they're fun, but I really am not going to play them on stream. Like, I really don't feel like playing them. It feels like a waste of time, or like it just goes on for too long. And then there's like a very small percentage of games, less than 1/3, you know,
Out of range.
I'm not going to play, or I could play off stream, that actually work. It's a dice roll. Like, I think, oh, I could download Fallout New Vegas or something. No, it's not. It's not gonna happen. It's a dice roll. Yeah. One day that dice actually gets rolled, and I boot up the game. Some games I don't even download to boot them up. But I think Dynasty Warriors would be cool. I feel like it definitely seems like a more mature audience, but you know, people have never played Dynasty Warriors like that, never played it with their friends, never played any of the old ones, never played any of the new ones. And they just don't get the fantasy. They don't get putting yourself in your favorite character's shoes, or fighting battles that are memorable. Where like, oh yeah, you recognize them, you play them again. In this game, Origins, the newest Dynasty Warriors, which I guess when we're calling Dynasty Warriors 10, I don't know, because they have, you know, Warriors of Orochi, which is like Dynasty Warriors, but it's like they fight this like magical monster, so there's more magic in that, I guess. There's really not any magic in Dynasty Warriors. That's like more of like a old China, whatever, or Japan, I don't know. They have Samurai Warriors, which is like samurai. It's like it's Japan. It's like Japanese Dynasty Warriors, I guess. That's cool. You know, they used to have Dynasty Warriors Gundam. That's something I really liked. They had like all the Gundams put in like a Dynasty Warriors game. That was cool. And of course, you know, you have the regular Dynasty Warriors series with like Empires and all that. Tons of games like that. I really do like Warriors of Orochi though. It's cool. It's cool. But I think as far as like what you're gonna get out of like a title, like the most you're gonna get is probably out of like Dynasty Warriors. So yeah, I think I probably will try to get Dynasty Warriors Origins. You basically play as this wanderer who helps out, you know, in the very, very early days of you know, Dynasty Warriors, were like they're not as established, and it's pretty cool. I can definitely see it being a good game. They got a pretty good rating in IGN. Most Dynasty Warriors these days get pretty poor reviews, and they're not that good. But like, I think with Origins, they're kind of making a comeback. Yeah, and the great thing about Dynasty Warriors, it puts you back in the day. Like, it puts you in that mode where like it's like to 2000s. You have a PlayStation, like your room's dark, but it's not like dark. It's just like dark. You're just chilling. It's great. It's like a free pass to time travel. Yep. You know, like I said, Ninja Gaiden, like there's a whole lot of Ninja Gaiden stuff coming out. I was like, oh yeah, I can just buy every single Ninja Gaiden game and I'll play them all and I'll record it. It's like, that might not happen. I've tried doing that before with like remasters that came out, you know, it just didn't really happen. In this case with Ninja Gaiden, it's like playing every Ninja Gaiden game and seeing if I actually like it, if it's actually good, before I can lock in and play it. Like, they just released Ninja Gaiden Black. It's like a remake. Like, I don't know if that's any good. I have no clue. I never played any of the Ninja Gaiden games. I didn't have a PlayStation. I'm pretty sure those were only on PlayStation. I didn't have like a PlayStation 3, right? Like, I wouldn't know anything about that. You know, there are some good games out there that are being remade or that already came out a long time ago. Like, apparently they're doing like a remaster for all the Gears of War games or something. And like, and they're doing like an E-Day Gears of War, like a new Gears of War. Like, that's definitely something I can see sinking some hours into multiplayer wise, and getting some great gameplay, getting some great clips out of it. That to me is like, that sounds appetizing. For the most part, put a lot of confidence into something like a playthrough or dropping some cash to get a bunch of games in a collection. Not even end up playing it or like streaming it or nothing. Dear Lord, I can't find any tigers. It's kind of annoying. Maybe I should run up up on the left side here. Like up to the top of this river. On the ground, or like on the other side of the shore. Other side of this river. Been looking for these tigers for way too long. Let's get this, again, inspect horde players. I don't see any tigers up here. Just crocodiles. I still didn't see any raptors yet. I think after Classic, at some point they do much better with mob density. Most MMOs do way better with mob density. Like, this is terrible. There's not that many people. I mean, I guess there is, like, right at the entrance of Banglethorn, and plus there's horde players here too. This is horrible, bro. I would say questing's cool. Like, the quests are more interesting. I mean, it's the same quest, but, like, more of a necessity. But it's just such a hassle questing. It's like, in some ways, it's not even worth it. Like, you have to quest to level up unless you just want to run dungeons. Sometimes some quests give you really good gear if you finish the chains and all that. Quest chains. It's just a hassle. I mean, of course, you can install quests, like trackers and things that tell you where quests are. I think that's a little bit cheap if you're gonna play Classic, but I get it. Like, if you already played Classic, like, okay, you have the Classic experience, you did the quest, and you're just, like, trying to level up and just run through them again, like, it's fine. I think it'd be fine to use add-ons like that. I think the best way to get people off of, like, the problem square, like, you want them on a better square than that, probably creates up a soap opera, because that's pretty traumatic and emotional, and it's not necessarily just, like, a bad thing, right? Like, you like to have a therapist or something, bro, because I don't really want people becoming this waterlogged, like, river log. Sucking up everything and hanging out in spots I need to do something at. I think even going to the Eastern Hemisphere, where it's way more like old school, I guess. You know, using a military lifestyle, like, I could definitely get rid of a lot of these overly emotional people. People that don't seek any type of resolution or anything. Like, they're just being emotional, so it's effective. Like, that's overly emotional, buddy. Those people don't have a baseline. Like, it's all or nothing with them. So someone being overly emotional is basically like some type of antagonist who's just really emotional. Most people divorce emotions to gain something, like they want some money. So most people at higher levels don't actually know how to use emotions or have emotions. And if it's just like everyday emotions, it's really not useful to anybody. So it's really like you either have a robot arm that does things, you know, accomplish goals, or like you just are like a complete potato because people know how to deal with things or to have stuff like that. I just realized how exposing, how nudie these pants are. It's pretty funny. Is any of these guys, are any of these guys selling stuff?
Greetings.
A lot of silver.
Be careful.
Looking for some tigers, not gonna find them. Like, knowing that most people are doing things to gain something, like, it's not rocket science. They either achieve their goal or they just don't. You know, it's not about anything else. You basically go take the base money hungriness of some, like, CEO that, I'm sure there's some CEO that's like that. I just consider them a regular person, you know, because it's like, that's all you're gonna get. People are not gonna have emotions. Like, they can have debates, they can have arguments, but that's not emotions. I'm guessing all the tigers are like right when you come in, if you go straight, like you're gonna run into some of these tigers. So like, it's not likely I'm just gonna be able to find any of them. But I'd probably say having those managers, those micromanagers, they're like kind of gonna get your ball down. All right, they're gonna get it. They're gonna get it into some perspective. I definitely don't like using that type of tactic, but like, I don't have time for people who only exist to gain. You know, if you only exist to gain, then a manager micromanaging, like, you'll be fine. I think if you were to build like some type of society or like some type of like ideology, people that are only out to gain don't necessarily need one and really don't benefit from one because it can stop them from gaining things. You know, most times those things are entirely selfless. Like an ideology, even if it's some evil one, it's entirely in favor of whoever wants to get something out of it. I'm saying. So I'd probably say build some type of ideology or society, and then people who just want things, want money, like, that's way simpler. And not mixing them with society is perfect because it's kind of confusing. Someone who can really build their own company and empire, going to church with them every Sunday seems weird. You know, seems off. So like I think the most stable base to start off with is people want money, that's all they want, and people like societies are like entirely selfless, you know. Not people who want something in a society, but people who get something out of society. Mostly what they're going for is something that is infinitely giving. So just from that, it's like you're either going to be infinitely giving or you're going to be infinitely taking. It's like you don't want to be society, and you don't really want to be a greedy money person. Because at the end of the day, you could literally hold off on your greed. If you're going to go that hard for some money, hold off on your greed long enough to get a position in inside of an entirely selfless society. And get something out of it that way. Maybe if I went back up the path, there'd be some tigers. Never really thought about that. I'm almost done though. Maybe there's even something up here. So, like I said, taking that militaristic, disciplined lifestyle, you know, having a society that is entirely selfless doesn't necessarily mean the lengths which something selfless goes to is actually efficient. So, like, through the military, like, you can give people whatever you want, but it might not actually work out in a military way. And you can even want money, but, like, sometimes you have to do something else. So I think people are too mature and are really willing to go to such crazy lengths. Like, you really can't help them. It's really on them to have a goal and that be all it is, I'm saying. You can't even go up here. Like a barrier or something. Well, maybe there's like a cave with some, was it duskwood? There's like a cave to duskwood. Makes sense. Interesting. So, I already had kind of explained all this, but I'd probably say, you know, just using a military disciplined man lifestyle, and, you know, using that selfless society to get people who are just more conservative where they want to be. I mean, who really has a conservative society that is entirely selfless? They usually do too much tampering and tinkering and manipulating. Right, but, you know, give them what they want. Because they're just trying to be like some old conservative creature. And once they're out the way, it's like you can operate more freely. Everyone has the same goal, and they're not organized, and they're not really achieving it. You basically constrict it to that. Like, you can't really do nothing, so I'd probably say people definitely are begging for it to just be like, for them to get micromanaged. But trying to kind of keep that within some type of goal. Like, we're doing it like this is like a lot more reasonable. Like, everyone's conservative. It's like, we're not going to micromanage them and tell them they have to be like this or be like some government person. We're just going to say, okay, they want to be conservative. Here's how we can use our managing abilities to gain that and not be up in their, like, backside, like, just annoying. Like, people are asking for it, but they really need you to just give them something, like, let them be conservative. So I think just from that, it's like, probably go for more of a of what I'm doing thing. Like, okay, you got what you want, but now I'm gonna do what I want to do. I think eventually it makes more sense. Makes more sense to be like, if you want to do what you want to do, that's the same as someone who's like selfish, right? Like they never suffered from me being selfish, but because someone else is selfish, you can't even want stuff, you can't do your own thing, so it's like, that's cool. But like I said, societies most time are entirely selfless, and you know, being in the military, using that disciplined lifestyle, that doesn't always work for that type of thing. So people aren't that great at arguing, aren't that great at like fighting, so you know, they don't have a spot for you to be entirely selfless, for you to not be selfish. They're just arguing, right? So I think eventually it'd make more sense to say, you, not me, someone else created this insecurity or created this boundary, and you know, they have to be the ones to enforce, they have to be the ones to live by that, right? Like if I'm supposed to help people, it's because they were supposed to help people and they were supposed to get some type of money out of it or some type of doctor position. So you definitely want to make sure that works out so you can do what you want to do. You're not stuck helping somebody who's really evil and selfish but isn't a millionaire. Like, you really don't want to get stuck doing that. It's better just to say, you're supposed to be the one who's a millionaire. You're supposed to be the one who's supposed to be a doctor and making money from this. I'm doing what I want to do. You do what you need to do what you want to do. Right, so I think even becoming more wholesome, more family-oriented, it'd be good because, you know, it's not about what you want to do, it's about what works for everybody. You know, what works when we come together, and when we're not together, you do what you want to do. Like, you can even think about the Kardashians, they're like a family unit. Of course they can all go out and do this and that, but when they come together with the family, and they already have what they want. They all have all those Royces, they all have their Maybachs, their Mercedes trucks, and now they're a family, so it's like, it's not about what you want to do, you know, when they're together, because they already have what they want, you know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what you'd want to be able to get away from that person who doesn't really come together and needs to do what they want to do at all times, you know what I'm saying? Most people's families is them under a blanket as like the actual mastermind behind all of it, and never really coming together and always doing what they want to do. I would say it makes you seem probably way more like a little baby. Alright, because you had a Mercedes outside, everyone else was here coming together, even though they could be spending time getting what they want to get. Like, someone to whine about that, it's like, they really aren't going to come together. Really not, so. You know, like I said, just like how I said society, most societies are entirely selfless. Like, you can take whatever you want. Like, you can stay there every day, all day, and get whatever you want out of it. It's just like a family, really, and you can put those together. And, you know, you'll have families and societies, and then you'll have someone who just wants to get what they want to get. Who shouldn't probably talk so loud about it, right? If that's what they want, like, it should probably be a little bit more quiet about it. A little bit more reasonable. Right. Like, if I just want to design everything for a stream or design everything to make a little music on my channel, it's like, it's not about you, right? You can listen to it, you know, it could be for you, but it isn't really about anybody, right? So, of course, that doesn't work into their way of doing things, but it's not really my problem, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I would set up society and the family to be selfless, to give the group what it wants. Whoever wants what they want, and they're just one person, like, they have to go do that themselves. I'd probably say in the long run, it's smarter to start a family and be a part of society than to be like a millionaire, because eventually you'll just be by yourself. Or people around you will not be in your position and won't be able to do what you want to do or need, what you won't be able to do what needs to be done. Alright. Like, there's people who are like the only rapper in their group, and they have all the money, it's like, people around them can't make these calls, or maybe they could, maybe they shouldn't have to do it. Like they don't trust them to have access to like any type of money or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in the long term, these people aren't really getting anywhere. And all that's happening to someone who's only with the money is they're just becoming stressed and they have no one that can do anything. It's kind of pointless, you know what I'm saying? If you wanted to be stressed and scared and paranoid, you might as well just not have anything. One more tiger and I can leave this terrible tiger quest behind. And then I'm probably pretty sure I have to kill regular tigers after this. So someone may say, but you're not a doctor, you're not a family unit. Like, I'm not, I didn't start it. I didn't start crying about these things, I'm saying. I just was saying these are actual solutions that are really good solutions. I don't think being a medical doctor making money is a good thing. No one's even researching anything, they're just barely doing anything, you know what I'm saying? Of course there's an emergency, but those people aren't really medical, like they're not, their life isn't about being a doctor and finding new ways to cure things. It's really a soul suck on what that could be. You know, I don't think being like with money in a group is a good idea. You know, it's like just paranoia, stress. One day people aren't gonna come for you. They never come through for you. You're only with money. Right. So, there definitely are solutions. If people want to cause problems or cry about things, there's going to be a way to stop them from crying. Doesn't mean I have to actually become a doctor. If you feel like I'm a doctor or you cry about doctors, I don't have to do anything. Alright. So, I think in the long run, you want to add as much wholesomeness and soulfulness to like these things because they will get soul sucked so quickly. It's like you should have had something like that. Like you can go to medical school and become like this white coat doctor, like this almost lifeless creature who doesn't really care about medicine or anything. Like soul suck. Right, like you can go make money and hang out with other people who don't have friends because of all the money they have. Soul sucked. Right? Like knowing that you don't want to get soul sucked, it's better to rely on families and things that aren't so soul sucky. So we definitely don't want to get soul sucked.
What can I do for you? See you around. Have a good one.
You know, think about people that are like porn stars and stuff. Like they're like the most debaucherous example of fun and soul sucking. It's completely soul sucking. Imagine you could have walked into a porn star. Everyone was sitting there with a list of questions and trying to troll you or antagonize you. It'd be soul sucking. Like no one here is your family. No one here is a society selfless creature. It's like my soul. Apparently there's some rappers over here. So yeah, you don't really want to get soul sucked, so the first thing you want to do is make sure you have sufficient amounts of soul. And anything that says you can have more soul and we have soul to give you, you're going to want to say thank you. And you're going to want to take it and go. Okay, apparently there's some tigers around here. There's like elder tigers. I already seen regular aged ones, like regular tigers. Bunch of elder tigers over here, so that'll be cool. Tons of them. This is where the raptors are supposed to be. At least some of the raptors. Certain variation of the raptors. I don't know if this is the correct one. We'll kill one and find out. So you being in this jungle, it's not very. There's not a lot of. There's a lot of danger. There's not a lot of soul sucking going on. So like, it's chill. And along when you're not worried about someone jipping you or setting you off the deep end, you might as well drive the whole rainforest off the deep end and go crazy because it's gonna be fine. There's some actual panthers over here too. I need these. Panthers. There's a raptor. Nice. Do I want to run a dungeon today? I feel like it'd be smart. Run a dungeon, sure. We can run a dungeon. I do want to see how much damage my axe does in a dungeon, how well I do. There's panthers out here. Raptors, panthers. Someone just came here and killed every single one of them. I wiped them out. So I think the first thing you really want to do is make sure there's no soul sucking going on. Or you don't want to suffer from that type of stuff. So that's easy. Because becoming a billionaire isn't anything but soul sucking. But you know, there's that. Then the fact you're dealing with soul sucking, you're in a perfect position to deal with things like robots becoming like people. Or people who have like tons of resources becoming like a person. People having to just be a person or something, I don't know. Get that out of the way. And you know, taking this climb up the thought ladder, you definitely always can land in that disciplined military lifestyle, so that's cool. It gives you like some groundedness to have, and you know, they'll deal with the soul sucking because they don't really need a soul to be in the military. Just there needs to be a line that they don't cross, right? You really could like chop off someone's arms, the military give them robot arms, but if that's a line they can't cross, then it's gonna be a problem. So you know how that is.
I need to get closer. Not ready yet.
Okay, regular strangle throne, thorn raptors. Cool. So, you know, the military person probably will deal with all the soul sucking stuff. And then most people are going to be soul sucking, even if they were like, were literally like the Great Pyramids or something, they'd be soul sucking. So like, you need
Not
to
enough
create
rage.
a goal among like with yourself. Like, you definitely have to create some soul force or some non-soul sucking stuff. And I think there's a lot of ways you can do that. There's a lot of ways you can ruin it. Alright. So, the first thing you need to do, if you want to create all this humanity and soul-suckingness, like get rid of it, you say people cannot ruin soul-sucking remedies and humanity, because if you really have that much soul and you really have that much humanity, it really should be a big deal. Because someone like knocking over your drink and ruining your night and you're like a person, like it's whatever, but you're right, your night's fine, you're not a robot, I'm saying. Like you're not dependent upon it going completely perfect. Like they cannot ruin it, right? It's like saying your son really cannot ruin your day because he's like a kid. Like, I mean, of course he can like drive your car off a bridge or something, but like it really is not going to be like your day's ruined. Like, it's a really immature thing to think or say, I guess, right? It's like no one really can infiltrate your humanity group and ruin it, as long as they aren't like shooting at people or something. Like if they come and start shooting, like that's different. Like no one can just come in and be like, I don't really care, or like I'm not really gonna try, because it's not even really about them.
Need more rage.
So, your humanity and soulfulness has an inherent properties and expectations, right? That you're really trying to get to a baseline, you're trying to get to a point where it isn't soul sucking, right? Someone who's only out for money, someone who's only, you know, this, that, like they don't really have inherent properties or expectations, so like you don't have to worry about that. So, in the long run, it makes sense to have solutions, but most people who are going to want like to be conservative are causing problems. So you have to really be a little bit smarter than the average bear. Say you can be Martha King, but people just want to go home and be miserable. Like there's logistics, there's numbers involved. It's pretty simple. People that want to be conservative and all that, that's its own solution. That's a solution in itself.
It's too far away.
And it doesn't align them with what you want to do for a solution, or what humanity considers a solution, a humane solution. These are different paths. Both solutions, both really have problems. So you solve the problems, you use the solutions. Right? They're both long-term things. There's a lot of common factors. They're both solutions, they're both long-term, they both cause problems. If you can't solve one of them, you can't solve the other. If you solve one, you solve the other, I'm saying. So like, if I want to make Twitch and then I want to be like someone's grandpa, they're both long-term things that are a solution, and if you can't handle it, you can't handle it. Alright. It's like 11. I don't really want to start drinking strawberry daiquiris until like maybe 3 or 4. I woke up pretty late today. I woke up at like 9. But I think waking up at 9 is good because I've been taking naps these past 2 days to where, of course I wake up at like 6. I'm taking a nap for like 2 or 3 hours, so like it kind of invalidates that. Waking up at 9 means I'm up. It's still, I mean, it's about noon. It's about to be noon. That means I'm gonna be up all day, right? Because I woke up at 9 and then I'll go to sleep at 9 or 10, and that'll allow me to wake up at like 6 or 7, and then try to really try not to take naps, you know. So, I think for me, so many people are going to be conservative. So many people are going to go for that in that direction when they're older. Like they're going to be a lot more like you know, conservative. Like, right? To where you don't have to do that. That's not going to solve that many problems. That's not going to make anything happen. It's like saying everyone's going to go home and just cross their arms and miserable. Like, that's not going to get anything done. It's like, you don't really have to be conservative. If you know what everyone's going to be like a college basketball player, like, okay, you don't have to be a college basketball. You can go further. You can do something else. Or, you know, everyone's going to, like, do drugs, but then they're going to all get clean. And, like, you don't have to do drugs because you're going to end up having to get clean anyway. Or everyone's going to, like, skateboard, and they're going to stop. Like, you don't have to even skate with them. Not that you can't stop doing drugs or skateboarding, but, like, just knowing that, you know that instead of there being some ultimate goal or accomplishment, it's that they quit or they stop doing it. So it's like, knowing everyone has to be, everyone's gonna be like some old cranky person. Like, you don't have to even do that because everyone else is gonna do it, and they're gonna do it the way they do it. That's how they're gonna do it. Like, if you ever seen how people are in Eastern countries, in the Eastern Hemisphere, like, they're all kind of older, more conservative. Like, you don't have to do this. It is not going to get you anywhere. Like, there's only a country full of people like this. Like, it doesn't do anything. So, like, there's other things you can be doing. And knowing how natural it is, people who maybe are not doing so well, or maybe think that being, like a good person is a loser, like, it's so natural for them to kind of get into that. People are naturally doing good things at certain points in life. So, like, you don't really have to do it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to.
Not enough rage.
Right, so, you know, if you were smart, you would learn that maybe being a doctor or studying animals and people would be a good goal. You know, that would get you somewhere. Then people would, well, technically, alright, that's not necessary, right? Like, you would learn just through how easy it is to achieve a goal, how necessary it is to dedicate your time to it, right? Like, it's easy to play, like Call of Duty or something. Like, you might not feel the need, you might not feel the challenge, something a little deeper. There's a lot of things you can do, but I'm not saying only have goals that are hard to accomplish. But if everybody you know is like doesn't do drugs, it wouldn't be too hard to accomplish that goal. I'm saying that's not like you really would be in the bathroom doing drugs by yourself, or like like you'd be friends with people who do drugs and buying drugs from them and stuff. Like if you lived in like the middle of nowhere, there are no drugs. It's not like you'd be like a cocaine addict. It'd be impossible, right? Be impossible. So I think on that note, like studying people and like dealing with like psychology and like the environment, I think the best solution for that is like a more modern age where you have so much information about these zones, these areas, that you just run them so they can do the best they can do. Right? Like for in the country, maybe you have a farm. You wouldn't have like a moonshine still. You would put yourself in a compromising position, right?
I need to get closer. More rage.
Even practicing actual, like, conservation styles and techniques, like conserving things, preserving things, that would be a really good idea, you know what I'm saying? Because most people are just, like, a follower-level goon. That would be, like, in Two-Face's crew from Batman, like, a complete goon, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really finding too many panthers. Finding enough raptors, though, for sure. A lot of people here. Must be like because it's like Horde/Alliance area. And I guess maybe people that play World of Warcraft are hardcore and most of them are playing at higher levels. I don't know. No clue. I'm seeing a lot of shamans and a lot of druids. Maybe that's why, because they have the ability to run quick. They have like speed abilities, so they're getting through the game quicker. Maybe higher level areas have more people because they can move through them quicker. You have druids, shamans, people with actual mounts. Body bag? Is that like his name? Okay, I thought that was an enemy's name. Like, that's a really weird name for an enemy in World of Warcraft. War discipline, conserving and preserving things, All those things are great long-term goals to have that benefit even more long-term things. You know what I'm saying? So... Okay, I get my skinning upgraded. So I think after I kill like a few more raptors, I'm gonna go back and see if I can get some more abilities. 'Cause I never bought my abilities. And I mean, I probably will spend all my cash getting abilities. I don't know how I'm gonna get money. The best thing I guess you can do is get go in dungeons, run dungeons, and sell the items you get from the dungeon. It's tough. It definitely is tough getting that money for your mount. I can see it already being pretty much a huge challenge.
Out of range.
Of course, you want to get it as soon as possible, so you want to get it right at 40, right? Thunder is probably a really good ability to use because it does good damage, and it definitely removes their armor. You know what I'm saying? So it's probably something I'll start using. Yeah, be smart.
It's too far away.
Because I'm using two-handed weapons, I don't think it'd be necessary to get Unbridled Wrath. Because I already gained so much rage from hitting people, so Cruelty probably is where I'll draw the line. I'll get a couple points into Cruelty, maybe even 5 points. More crits would be great. If you crit with a two-handed weapon, you're gonna hit so hard. And that'll proc, you know, Deep Wounds, and then, of course, I also have Impale, which gives my abilities crit damage. But, like, crits are pretty good. Come on, bro, one raptor. Someone else, let me get a raptor. I'm trying to think, do I have 2 levels, like 30 and 32? Do I have 2 levels worth of abilities I haven't grabbed, or do I only have 1 for 32? One set. Yeah, making money is hard. Like, I'm starting to kind of face the reality of that, where it's pretty tough. Of course, scanning gets you money, but not that much money. Definitely is money rolling in. But like, it's not that much. Mounts are very important, especially as a warrior who has no movement abilities. Not like a hunter or a druid or warlock gets free mounts. Paladin gets free mounts. Like, you're definitely almost the minority when it comes to classes that have no movement abilities or no free mounts. I think it's 9 classes. 2 of them get free mounts. The druid and the hunter and the shaman, they have like some type of movement ability that gets them a little bit of movement speed. So that's 5 of the classes. Rogue, I think they have sprint. I don't think that's like a permanent movement speed boost. So rogue, mage, warrior. They don't really have anything like that. They have blink. Mage has blink, but
That ability isn't ready. I need more mana, not enough rage.
dude, look, I'm gonna get enough panthers before I even find one more raptor. I mean, of course, I see them spawning. Someone's taking them before I can get to them. But like, look, here's one right here. Look at him. I can't outrun his pet. Here's someone over here. Get the other raptor. Look, I'm gonna get the panther quest done too before the raptors. I even get another raptor. One raptor.
I need to get closer. out of range.
That didn't count as my kill. You kidding me, bro? Is it because he did more damage? No way. There's one down here. Okay. Hope we can get to him in time. Another one over there, so
It's
there
too
you go.
far away.
Just more. Here's some tigers. Definitely need tigers as well.
I'm out of range.
There's a panther.
I need to get closer. I can't do that. It's too far away. Not enough rage. I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
Good day to you. See you around.
How are you? Have a good one.
I think I'm gonna run a dungeon. I've kind of did some quests, but I do want to run a dungeon for fun. Ooh, there's a warlock that can summon people.
Well met.
New pole arms. I forgot about pole arms. I'm pretty sure that'd be
honor,
pretty
friend.
good. Am I having the tank? Yep, I already kind of knew that. That's why I'm okay with that, I'm saying. You guys can like summon me, I guess. I need to like get skinning.
Greetings. For the Alliance.
I've definitely done this dungeon already, but I definitely still need directions. Wait, I'm gonna take the tram to there, and I'd be there instantly, basically. Forgot about that thing.
Need help?
Jeez, that's really expensive. I think I'm gonna wait on that.
Be careful.
I don't have money like that. I'm gonna get my abilities first, and then I'll probably get a couple gold out of this dungeon. Then I'll get my skinning up. I think that's the highest level of skinning, isn't it? Just one more level. Of course, this is gonna break my wallet as well. Buying this weapon was pretty expensive, but it's worth it. There's probably very few weapons that are better than this. The whirlwind axe. You get a whirlwind axe.
Need help?
That's better. Thunderclap, hamstring, heroic strike. Definitely gonna go for heroic strike. Ooh. Berserker Rage can be good. That's 30-second cooldown. You get Rage when you get hit. Could be good. Yeah, it's costing everything I have to get all these abilities. I guess I'll just grab... Wait, I didn't grab this already? Yep, there's my money. Let's go.
Go with honor, friend.
I didn't know that there was something like Berserker Rage. I was wondering, people saying that you get Rage from getting hit. I was like, what is that? And I could just jump into a Berserker stance. I'll just jump into defensive stance and do what I can do. Look, let's save money for a mount. I have 3 silver. Like, what am I gonna do with 3 silver? And then whatever money I get after this, of course, it's going to my skinning profession. So, you know, I don't know where I'm gonna get the money from. I guess I'm just gonna have to keep skinning stuff. And eventually that'll be pretty good money. I mean, it is pretty good money now, but I'm sure there'll be better skins that I can sell for more and more. need to find out how to get the Whirlwind Axe. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I can already hold it.
Greetings. Off and away. Be seeing you. Daylight's burning.
Getting way harder than I was when I came here to this dungeon the other day. So hopefully I can do pretty good damage. Get to dungeon quick. We have a rogue, so I should make it pretty easy. I actually have the quest to get my rolling axe, I just have to do it. So after this dungeon, I'll probably start doing it. I use the bathroom before we start. So yeah, I'll get the rolling axe. It's way better than this axe I have, which is pretty amazing. I think it's like lowest. Like it's like this is like 73 at its lowest. The rolling axe is like 100. But at the end of the quest, you have to fight a level 40 enemy. So I'm wondering if I can get somebody to help me fight that level 40 enemy. Because at level 32, I really couldn't. I'll be level 33, so I really still couldn't fight them. So I probably have to be higher to, like, I'm trying to think, what's the level range? I think it's like 5 levels. Level 40 enemy, it has to be like level 35 to really fight them. So I might not actually be able to fight them today. Maybe not even tomorrow, but I'll get my whirling axe soon. That'll be a huge jump in power. It doesn't have any like this has like a fireball. It doesn't have anything like that. But it still does tons of damage. It gives you lots of strength. I think it's like 7 strength or something, 14 strength. I don't know. Let's see. Actually, I don't remember where the entrance is, so I'm gonna wait to go to the bathroom before I get into the entrance. Should have prepared my items before I came in here, but I should be fine. As long as I don't die too many times, or get punched too many times.
I can't carry any more of those. I'm gonna come fight certain enemies. I will jump into Berserker stance and use that Berserker rage so I can get rage built up while That's what I thought. I thought it was like this way.
You guys are hitting really hard, bro. Which is good, 'cause I'm the tank. And people that hit hard in the tank, it's perfect. So I guess I'll jump into defensive stance. I don't need it. I can't really do much damage anyway, like I'm trying, but it's not gonna matter. It's better that I just have aggro.
Alright, I gotta go pee. far away are they? How are they doing without me? I'm sure someone could tell me. Be fine. I'm sure the rogue was like kicking some Terry's butt. This is a pretty good bow. I'd like to have it for my my hunter. I'm gonna take the bow. What does that mean? I think it'd be okay if I switched to Berserker stance. First, I'll take more damage. If I can do more damage, I think it'll be fine.
Not enough rage.
also not doing the most damage. But like I'm not too far away from that being a possibility.
Not enough rage.
Oh, I didn't really know you can come out here on this side.
Need more rage.
Yeah, I think people are beginning, you know, like I said, you know, the big streamers are doing their World of Warcraft classic streams. They're good. I think people are beginning to kind of be tired of it. Not really tired of it, but they're kind of seeing it as like a toxic, like a very toxic thing. Almost like praying for them to fail. It definitely shows you that just because people make content doesn't mean that's like what their mind is on. Like, they're not really thinking about making content. Like streaming all this World of Warcraft isn't the same as them making like a YouTube video. But I think it's cool. I think some people think it's not cool anymore. It's like it isn't cool, I'm saying. I thought it was cool. That definitely shows you that it doesn't have to be IRL content or actual drama. Right? It's like it can be straight up video game, hardcore video gaming, and it's probably like the greatest thing of span of content or timeline that has happened in a long time. Like a big one that everyone knows about. There's no drama, like there's no like people are like running people over with Ferraris or anything. Like definitely shows you that you can really get together with people to play some games and be epic. Like inspire people like, hey, you could play World of Warcraft, like you could do something like this. definitely showed that certain people are more like IRL drama bound. Other people like they've probably been playing World of Warcraft for too long for it to be like appealing. It doesn't really have the right mix of people, but it's pretty appealing, I guess. That's like a big arc. Some of them are too much IRL, and some of them are just too like old.
Salutations!
Like they're too old in that world to where like for it's not that interesting. I'm saying.
Right.
Like a bunch of IRL streamers pooling a bunch of like dusty World of Warcraft players around, and it's still entertaining, you know. Like there's new people that don't play it. There's people that are like a little bit too focused on the IRL part, which really isn't any. I guess there is. And there's people that are just like ancient World of Warcraft players. Most of the bad parts are really because of the IRL part, where they're too focused on things that aren't World of Warcraft. But I think it definitely is like, it shows you that doing gaming is sometimes more wholesome and beneficial than doing something else. It doesn't become like crazy bickering that you can't really understand if it was like IRL. And where's the escort? I like it. I think it's probably, you're not, like I didn't really watch any of it, but I saw some stuff, but I think just looking at it, it was like on a timeline, like I think this is probably my favorite huge streamer thing. Pretty sure he'd be in this one. I already did the quest, so like I can't do it again. Pretty sure he'd be in something like that. Usually it's where he'd be. It definitely shows that people that played too much World of Warcraft are kind of jaded and they don't offer a great experience. Like you'd want to tune in every single stream. And everyone else, if they had just kept like their noses clean, it would have probably not have been so bad. But some people are just played too much World of Warcraft already where it's not a big deal to them. Or it's like making the experience not so great. Like I don't even really want to see anyone who's played World of Warcraft that much on the screen. If the people who really weren't big World of Warcraft streamers already, if they had just kind of kept it a little bit more positive, I think it would have been more beneficial for them. They could have been seen or saw, like people could have saw them in a new light, but they wanted to go completely IRL bonkers, toxic, like, oh yeah, that's him, I remember you. But like, oh yeah, this guy's been World of Warcraft, like, okay, new light. It's like, nah, forget that, buddy. What could have been new and exciting and never been done before turned into something that just, everyone was just super like everyone's face just looks like super mad and sad. It's like, I mean, of course they had to ruin something good, because what else were they gonna ruin? But it was good. I still think it could be good, I don't know. It's interesting. Become like a South Park episode. We have like Cartman versus like someone else in like just clicky, instead of it being like interesting.
became like a business thing. Like this is this guy's circle, and like of course he has tons of money. And these are his goons. It's like it could have just been all of theirs. Like it could have just been their whole thing. It could have been all about the whole guild, but people are kind of greedy.
Not enough rage.
And especially in a world where they aren't going to have much retention, like people who are going to play World of Warcraft, and this one guild, you know, like people are not going to watch them after this if they don't play World of Warcraft, right? It could have been about something other than just this one guy who was kind of going super negative berserker mode, but like it could have been about everybody. Like when I see it, like, oh yeah, who's this? It could be about any of them. You really could have used this to push whoever everyone thought wasn't getting enough light. Like you could have pushed him to the forefront. It's just too much greed. Where everyone who plays World of Warcraft is potentially the most evil person on the planet, going for like, I want to be the face of this. Like I want to be everyone focus on me. This isn't a good thing because they're just as toxic as you are. It's like, I want to put my head through this hole. Let's start throwing apples at you. It's like, you could have easily made it about someone else. Like, I literally talk about them the whole time I play World of Warcraft, and it'd make more sense because it's what's hot, you know. It could be just telling you to watch. It doesn't have to be about anyone. Like, they didn't have to make it about the people they wanted to kick out. They just made it about, like, some newer streamer, someone that hasn't been in their group forever. It was, like, the first thing I've ever seen that could have been, like, filmed by, like, some, like, group of, getters and all that. It would have turned out better. When I see all the streamers online, it's like I don't look for just one of them. Like, oh, this is my favorite streamer. It's like, this is interesting that there's so many people doing it. This is interesting, you know. That's what usually happens though. You get a clique of people and eventually people are either the top gunner or they make it about themselves, you know. Sometimes better just make it about the squad. Because everyone has energy to put into the squad and everyone likes seeing it. There's definitely an interesting thing where, like, maybe you don't want to bring along some jaded veteran, or maybe you don't want to bring along some Jersey Shore creature. Like, you'd be better off. You almost would have been better off with just new people. People who are just newbies.
Warning, intruder alert, intruder alert.
Like where you put the God of War, like the new God of War is like the same type of drama. It'd be horrible if you had to end up fighting Kratos. Especially if you were part of like that world. It was really dramatic. Apparently they're supposed to make a new God of War in Egypt, and like this is getting a little bit far-fetched. Like I really don't want to see any more God of War. At least not like, if it's like a reboot or like some type of like new story where they change the timeline, or like it's like a retelling. Yeah, but I do not want to see like Kratos kill another Pantheon. I just don't want to see it.
Need more rage.
was almost like a jazz album. Like that whole it could have been like a whole entire jazz album. Where, like it's just crazy stuff happening. Tons of people watching. That's how wacky it is. That's how like unpredictable it is. It became like a completely rational battle between like self-centered among them. Like they all found their way into like the back office somehow. Like they're all in the back. Like somehow it's like user mode insane. They all shuffled their way into the back where like the manager would be. Somehow they made it there. Oh no.
More rage.
They all found like an intercom to like talk over everybody. Like they all found what they needed to do what they wanted to do. Like made it happen. I got real comfortable doing that stuff. Or whatever ones were doing that. What is this guy even talking about? I don't even know. I just like, yeah, let's do it. I'm sure once all this is over, the actual WoW veterans will just go back into their cave. Everyone else probably will just forget about all this, run away. Definitely shows you what World of Warcraft is. Or like, it's definitely a titan when it comes to games. Like, it's still gonna be here no matter how many streamers scream and cry during while playing it. It doesn't matter. People are just gonna play it. It's like Call of Duty. Like, no matter people go and make content and get involved in the trolling and trash talk, they're still gonna be doing this once they're done.
Not enough rage.
This remote should be fine. These are all like scrub level enemies. I don't even pull them yet. I'm really gonna start defeating all of them and using the Wicked Rage.
Need more rage.
At least I'm pull them though. Come on, bro. I guess we need to wait for mana. like 1 in the afternoon, or waking up in the morning early. Like if you really do it right, it's really like you'll start benefiting and like stacking up multiple days, like actual days that you experience or going to experience. It's totally like magic that no one has access to because they're probably gonna start screaming about some aggressive stuff that they really don't want no part of, buddy. They really don't want this. What's going on right now? The heck is this? It's like a engineering thing. Can we just like jump down? Oh, we're gonna fight the boss, then we can jump down.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
I can see Berserker Rage plus like dual wield crit build. Like that would be insane. Even for tanking. I could definitely see that.
Electric justice.
I mean, there's only one elite amongst them. Like one person. What the heck, bro? You know, could have easily handled that. You scared me.
I can't carry any more of those.
I think we're supposed to like run around to the door or something. Nope.
After this, I gotta take a lunch break. I'm feeling hungry. I'm gonna eat some peanut butter jelly sandwiches. I started eating only strawberry jelly. That's way better. And of course the crunchy peanut butter. Trade. Set up the game.
Need more rage.
And you can move.
Not enough rage.
Is this the end of the dungeon? I don't think this is. I mean, I definitely know at the end of the dungeon there's these dark iron agents, but I don't think this is the end of it. It's a great drop. Yep. You know it's worth at least 1 gold.
Warning, warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Oh, it went down pretty easily.
This is the end of the dungeon. I remember this part.
Warning. Warning. Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Yeah, I'm gonna be glad when I don't have to run this new dungeon anymore. It's kind of make me sick, like being this dungeon.
Not enough rage.
Dear Lord, what the heck?
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
And I can't even move. What happened? What the heck happened right there? There was so many of them, bro. There's no way. I know that there was an alarm bot. I thought that was like a self-destruct bot, but it makes sense that it's an alarm bot. My god, it's really funny. Not really much money gain. Gain no blues. I do have this bow to give my hunter. I'm pretty sure it's better than what he's using. Really no money really. Yeah, no money. I mean, I had like, what, 30 silver? 11 silver? So, we'll see once I sell everything. But it's hard to get some money in this. If this was like retail, you'd have so much money you wouldn't really need it. It just like doesn't really matter. was wondering where one of us were, and I forgot that the night elves were a wisp. So there's the wisp right there. I didn't know if the back door led anywhere close to where we just died at. of the time because these nets. I don't know what they expect me to do with them when they do move them.
Need more rage.
Warning! Warning! Intruders alert! Intruders alert!
Okay, we got a level. We got one piece of armor that I think that was an upgrade. We also have a bow for our ranger, or I mean a hunter. We have no money. We're hoping to get some money, but I'm gonna go make a peanut butter jelly sandwich or something.
Looking for something specific?
I buy and trade. See you around.
Cool. I'm gonna go get some food. And that's about it. I'm trying to think if I even want to come back after I eat. Do I want to keep questing and playing? How long have I been playing? Like probably 3 or 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably come back and quest for a little bit longer after this.
All right. Nick, you see this? Okay. I got the oven on. I'm gonna put a pizza in the oven. I ate 2 peanut butter jelly sandwiches, but that's all I ate. Like, I woke up pretty early today, so I'm gonna eat the pizza. It's like a kind of small pizza, so it should be good. Hello. Hey, what's up? Yeah. What is that? No, I don't think so. I'm good though. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can go for the drive-thru at Domino's. Right. Yeah, the place by Publix. Doesn't matter. I guess the one by Publix is better. Alright.
I know I said I was gonna do the warrior quest, but you have to be like way close to level 40 to do that. I'll probably do it tomorrow or something, I don't know. I only need 2 levels for that to be a possibility. So I'll go do some more quests here, and of course the Whirlwind Axe is really good. It's way better than this weapon. I think after I eat this pizza, I really don't want to have to take another nap. Or not another nap, but I don't want to take a nap every day. That's kind of insane. I don't know.
Hello. See you soon. Keep your feet on the ground.
Light be with you. Light bless you. For the Alliance.
Not ready yet.
I'll be right back.
I need to get closer. That ability isn't letting me. It's too far away. I can't read it. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Alright, I'm gonna put my 8 piece in the oven. Yeah. Okay, pizza in the oven will be done in like 20 minutes, and then I'll eat it. I don't know if I'm gonna come back after that. I'm kind of sleepy. It's getting to be pretty late, like in the day. It's like almost 3, so I don't think I'm too sleepy to drink some strawberry daiquiri today. But you know, I was saying how waking up early and doing it right, not just like being some like person kind of rushing through. It's definitely worth it. I can see it being like a good preventative measure. Like, let's say one person does it, and then their life's cool, but let's say like a group of people did it as a preventative measure, so their group wouldn't become too crazy. I can definitely see that being a thing. I think I'm probably gonna come back if I do, you know, stream again today or tomorrow. Probably play something other than the player.
I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. That ability isn't ready. Not enough rage. Well met. Safe travels. Farewell. Help you find something? Farewell. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. It's too far away. Need more rage.
I'm gonna go check on the time with Pizza. I gotta use the bathroom as well. I think I'm gonna get out of here. I'm kind of sleepy. I'll eat my pizza and probably take a nap or something. I don't know. I really don't think I should take a nap, but the earlier I take it, the better. So I can still go to sleep at a good time. Alright, guys. Alright, guys. I'm just gonna log out here. I don't really care about the XP boost. Alright.